Ukraine House Davos. On behalf of the organizing committee, we are very glad to welcome you here today. This is our second day, and I would like to tell you about our organizing committee a few words and about our sponsors. So Ukraine House Davos this is our 6th year, and it is organized by Western NS Enterprise Fund, Viktor Pinchuk Foundation, and Horizon Capital. And we are very grateful to our gold sponsors, Temerty Foundation and Interpipe. We are starting our day today with a panel called Ukraine's Strategic Importance, from Rare Earth Minerals to EU Green Energy Partner. Before we start, and I will introduce the moderator, let's watch a short video.
Ukraine is the breadbasket of the world. They grow enough food to feed 400 million people.
Russia's invasion is now bringing up that threat of hunger for millions of people in that part of the world.
Would that have an impact on the world? Hell yes, it will have an impact on the world.
The initiative we just signed opens up paths for significant volumes of commercial food exports from 3 key Ukrainian ports in the Black Sea.
A beacon of hope, one of the world's breadbaskets once again able to export.
To take Ukrainian grain to the countries in need.
It eased a global food crisis and has kept food prices around the world stable.
Farmers are now harvesting this year's crops.
We twist the fuse off. Some of them are hard.
If the grain deal were to collapse, there would be a high price to pay.
Moscow has now pulled out of a deal which had ensured safe passage of grain shipments.
Russia attacked Ukraine's main inland port on the Danube River on Wednesday. The strikes pushed up global food prices.
When those systems will start to guard that region, because there, both the corridor and the people are important.
You're already seeing fuel pricing spike, food pricing spike, cost of shipping spiking. It's already creating havoc. But this is going to affect not just the poorest of the poor. It's going to affect everybody.
And it is my great pleasure to invite to the stage Gillian Tatt, columnist, FT and Provost at King's College, Cambridge. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much indeed. And I should start by saying I'm absolutely delighted to be here today as someone who has been involved with Ukraine for many years and feels passionately about the need to support it. I was over on the west coast of America last May at the Milken Conference talking about Ukraine and dealing with a large number of American investors who tended to look at Ukraine either as a pity project or purely in terms of national strategic issues. And I pointed out to them that aside from the national strategic significance of Ukraine, Ukraine has potential great economic significance. Not only has it been the breadbasket for a long time, as we all know, and as you've seen in the video, it's also going to be, and has already been, a great test case for many new technologies and green technologies. It will end up being a place that leapfrogs the West and shows Europe how to do things in the future. But it's also sitting on an enormous quantity of rare earth minerals, which are getting increasingly important today, given the reliance on Chinese supply chains, given the green revolution. And surprisingly few people seem to realize the potential significance of that. So we're going to be talking today about Ukraine's importance, not just as a geostrategic issue, but as an economic player as well. And we have an amazing panel to talk about this. Please come up onto the platform. We have Ladislav Varnavsky, who is the Chief Environmental Officer of Interpipe Ukraine from Dnipro. Come here over here. We have also Andrei Pienar, who's the founder and CEO of C5 Capital, which is a specialist venture capital firm investing in energy security, cybersecurity, and space. He's working very closely with Rear Admiral Michael Hewitt, formerly of the US Navy, now co-founder and CEO of IP3 Corporation, that's doing a number of interesting things, including nuclear investment, but also now focused a lot on Ukraine. And last but not least, we've got Andrei Kovartariu, who is a non-resident scholar in the Middle East Institute, but also very involved in the rare earth mineral debate. So, 4 people who've got fantastic perspectives on what is happening today. And I'd like to start perhaps with you, Mike, Rear Admiral, because you are in an interesting position. You've been in the military world. You know all about geostrategic importance. You know all about military risk, but you're now in the investing game. And in the green room earlier, you were telling me that you are working with Andrei to start investing in Ukraine right now, not in the future. And the reason that's important is that people like BlackRock and McKinsey are talking about investing and supporting Ukraine's reconstruction in the future when the war is over, but not doing much now. You're saying, actually, that the time to act is right now. Tell us why.
Thank you, Jillian, and thank you for all the great writing you do on Ukraine and energy and the importance of energy security. And I think prior to the war, we were very focused on clean energy transition. Thankfully, Ukraine, which has 50% of its electricity from nuclear power, has a very resilient energy mix, which has actually served it very well in the fight with Russia. We were very focused on working with Ukraine on actually exporting their energy to Poland and other countries that were trying to become cleaner. And then, of course, the rare earth minerals, which are critical to a clean energy transition. Once the war broke out, we were actually asked to build more of a strategy around recovery and reconstruction. And we are military people, and what we believe, the war can be won by winning the peace now. And if you focus on history, the recovery of Europe was planned 2 years before the war ended. What we are focused on is how do we work on recovery reconstruction programs in Ukraine today that are bankable and investable, primarily in their energy transition, in their critical infrastructure protection, and almost exclusively into their rare earth mineral programs, because they are sitting not only on the key minerals for energy transition, they actually have an energy system that is exportable and reliable today. We are working both with the private sector in Ukraine as well as the government on a program of recovery and reconstruction that de-risk investment today. And that's what I'm working on with Andrei. We are very bullish on investing in Ukraine today because it helps win the war. You win the war by winning the peace. You win the war by demonstrating what we call economic entanglement. And so we are incredibly bullish on Ukraine and its energy program, as well as its important role post-conflict.
Well, I want to come back and talk about the rare earth minerals in a moment. But before I do, I have 2 questions for you and Andrei. And then, by the way, there are 2 Andreis, so no, that's confusing. The first question is this. Do either you, Mike, or Andrei know of many other investors who are actually willing to invest in Ukraine right now? Because when I was last in Kiev a few months ago, there were people from defense-orientated venture capital firms who were looking, but thus far they generally haven't actually invested yet. Are there people other than you're aware of who are actually willing to invest in Ukraine yet?
Well, I'll give you my quick answer and then pass it off to Andrei. We have companies and we have capital that are looking project by project and saying, I'm ready to put my capital into that project. We think that the political risk and the insurance risk and the war risk and the corruption risk are greatly overstated. And a lot of that's by the Russians. So the Russians are trying to keep out investment. We see the pathway in the pipeline for investment. So we have companies that are ready to go, and we have capital that is ready to come in to invest in these companies. And what we need to do is set a structure up, a process up that allows that to happen rapidly. And that's precisely what Andre's doing for us.
Right. So Andre, tell us how you're managing these risks, because you can't buy war insurance really to cover this at the moment, can you?
No, war insurance isn't available at the moment, but I think there are a number of initiatives to make it available. I think most importantly, from a venture capital and from a private equity perspective, there's a growing number of limited partners, institutional investors, high net worth families who want to help to make the world a better place, who want to support the Ukraine. The private sector has to step forward, as Secretary Pritzker said yesterday, to support our allies. Winston Churchill said the only thing that's harder than fighting with allies is fighting without allies. And Ukraine is one of the most precious allies we have in the West. Ukraine is not only the breadbasket for the world, it's also the treasure chest for Europe when it comes to strategic minerals. And prior to Russia's invasion, Ukraine formed a very important strategic partnership with the European Union. And one of the motivations Putin has for invading the Ukraine is because he wants to disrupt these partnerships, but also claim Ukraine's natural wealth. And so it's very important that the private sector at this critical time step forward and invest, as Admiral Mike said, for victory.
And before I turn to the other Andre to talk about rare earth minerals, can I just ask you a bit more about the war insurance issue? Because when I was in Kiev, what I heard from a number of the private sector players was that they are really eager for governments or multilateral groups to provide war insurance. And in some ways, insofar as West is trying to provide support for Ukraine right now, they were arguing that some form of easy to understand, credible war insurance mechanism, either by national governments or by a multilateral group like the World Bank, was critical. And that's not come yet. Do you expect that to come soon? And where do you think or hope it would come from?
I'll give you my quick answer. I think it's critical to actually support winning the war by going after these things that have challenged us to bring capital in. And I think a lot of it, again, is somewhat overstated. We're looking at it project by project so that we can de-risk a project and then address the things that we need to address to bring in that capital. But then again, tying it to winning the war. I mean, from a U.S. perspective, we've put $45 billion in on the kinetic side when we really need to be focusing on these investments, this economic entanglement, because it gets us to victory faster. So you have to frame it correctly to then discuss the war insurance or the political risk insurance. And so that's the way we're going after it.
I think one of the investment opportunities is to create a war insurance product for the Ukraine. And that's one of the opportunities.
Well, you're saying the private sector should create a war insurance.
The private sector must take the initiative to create a war insurance product for the Ukraine, and that's one of the opportunities we look at. We've seen enormous innovation in the insurance technology sector over the last few years, and there's no reason why we can't create a war insurance product for the Ukraine. It's not an insurmountable commercial problem. It's a solvable commercial problem. And I think now is the time for private sector initiative, private sector partnerships to step up and to support Ukraine as a very valuable ally for the West.
Well, that's fascinating, and certainly, maybe that's a message to take to all the big insurance companies here in Davos this week, and tell them that actually it's time for a private sector insurance solution, because I suspect if you wait for the World Bank or the European Union or the German government, we might be waiting for a very long time. But Andre, tell us about the rare earth minerals, because, as I say, I don't think many people until recently understood the significance of that. How many rare earth minerals are there in Ukraine? Do you have any sense of how much that is worth in monetary terms? How much of that is now sitting in areas which are currently under Russian control? And how much faith do you have that the West and Ukraine will have access to this rather than China?
Well, that's a lot to cover, but indeed, I mean, we need to see everything that is happening from the energy point perspective in the broader, let's say, sense. The energy security definition has changed over the past few decades. It's not about owning or having the capacity of acquiring fossil fuels anymore or derivatives of that. It's about critical raw materials. It's about clean technology to transition towards, cleaner, new technologies, greener technologies. So that's where we stand, and the importance of critical raw materials is significant. And I don't want to bring bad news, but I will bring one. It's so significant that, for instance, it's also one of the reasons why the European Union hasn't banned or hasn't sanctioned Russian critical raw materials still flowing to Europe. And that's a problem, I think. But leaving aside the bad news or the bad things, I think the reserves that we are talking about in Ukraine are huge, are really huge. It's very difficult to assess the full scale of that, also because of markets and the volatility of these, let's say, products, and also because it's very difficult and it takes time to understand the resources, the amount of resources. But we are talking about $4 to even $12 trillion of critical rare earths and critical raw materials, which is significant. And I would say most of these mineral resources are actually located in the eastern part of Ukraine, so the one that is, at a higher risk now when it comes to the war. But I think it's very important when it comes to the reconstruction phase, when it comes to the EU-Ukraine partnership, and in general the Western, let's say, society's partnership with Ukraine on that. I think it's critical to understand both the potential of that and what would be the transition phase towards that. I'm not obviously on the investment side, but I think it's important to understand two things about the reconstruction, let's say, phase. One, the reconstruction theory is very different than any other investment theory. It comes with very different, let's say, frameworks. Risks, premium risks, security risks are treated very differently than in other, let's say, investments. And I think that's critical to prepare from now on, as my colleagues were saying, for the future. And, I mean, I'm closing with that. I think it's important to understand that critical raw materials are, one, a leapfrog opportunity for the Ukrainian energy systems, and two, a very important opportunity for the energy transition that Europe is currently undergoing. So it's both, it's beneficial on both ways. It's a two-way street and a two-way benefit street, let's say, in reconstructing and leapfrogging energy systems in Ukraine and making the transition, the energy transition in Europe a bit softer, more softer than it is actually.
Right. And do you think people realize the degree to which using this treasure trove, to take the other Andre's comment, can potentially help the West to break its dependence on China?
I think the people that can move things at the moment, they understand that. Policymakers understand that increasingly so. Investment funds and investment, let's say, actors understand that increasingly so. Obviously, policymakers and people in Ukraine understand that. So I think we are in a good moment in terms of understanding and being aware of that. But is that enough? Probably not enough, to understand, how, for instance, how important winning the war is for Ukraine and how important this critical raw materials management will be in the future. And that's not only for the investors or the policymakers to know, that's for the wider, let's say, public that, in some sense, endorse a continuous support to Ukraine. I think we are in a good position, but it's still room for increasing awareness on that.
Right. Vlad, you are based in Dnipro. I actually have the app on my phone which shows when there are air missiles, or air missile alert app, which many Ukrainians, of course, have. And I often see that Dnipro has had a lot of shelling recently and attacks. Can you tell us, firstly, what is the situation like in Dnipro? Is it still possible to do business there? Is your steel mill, your steel operation still operating? And then tell us about the green transition that you are trying to promote in Interpipe.
Thank you. Not only Dnipro, but in other cities of our country, missile alerts are sound, and it's a huge problem for the whole industry. And as a representative of steelmaking industry, I'm here. Its industry is one of the basics of the Ukrainian economy, providing about 10% of country's GDP. And if you allow me, I'll show you some facts about it. And moreover, our products from iron and steelmaking industry.
I think we have it just behind over there. So.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, also over there, yes.
So
if you can't see there, if you can't see through Mike, or it's also behind you over there, and very nice presentation on some of this.
That's some facts about our industry as it was in 2021 and as it is in 2022. And as you see that after the first year of the large-scale invasion, Ukraine's GDP fell by almost a third, and 29%. And the worst situation has been developed in the iron and steel industry. Its output production fell by 71% year to year. It happens due to a couple of factors, due to the occupation and destruction of Mariupol, where two biggest integrated steel mills were located, and due to the blockade of Black Sea ports and lower opportunities to export our products through the European infrastructure transport. And as you mentioned, missile attacks on critical infrastructure and power plants, and Kakhovka Dam, as you know, they have awful consequences for our industry also. So, considering all those facts, I should say that our industry is facing now a vital opportunity to rebuild itself in a better way, and in a greener way, because in 2019 the European Union adopted its Green Deal agreement, which is focused on making Europe a carbon-free continent by 2050, with a goal, medium goal in 2030 to decrease its carbon emissions by 55%. And Ukraine is going the same path, despite the fact that the full-scale war is ongoing. Ukrainian government adopted its nationally determined contribution, NDC, and it states that we have to decrease our carbon emissions by 65%, even more than the European one. And respectively, we need more than 100 billion euros of investments in our industries to achieve this goal. But we have already one steel-making plant which is already meets all the stringent requirements of the European legislation. And it was built in 2012 with the help of Italian credit agency. It was made by Italian producer of equipment, and it was finished in 2012, bearing $1 billion of investment. So 12 years ago, we have started the production at this plant. It makes more than 800 to 1 million ton steel per year. Green steel made of our own scrap, which is melted in electric arc furnace, which is 10 times more efficient in terms of carbon emissions than the average steel mill. And we have other equipment which is quite important for the environmental protection, like closed water cycle, at noise protection, etc., etc. And this object is not a Photoshop; it's a real picture. And I have to say that on the way of implementing our strategic goals in our industry, there are some barriers as well as opportunities. They are on the screen, and I have to stress that we have some trade barriers, and we have to maintain existing level of trade liberalization with the EU and other countries, and because we have a limited domestic market, and Ukraine has has to produce more diversified products and to deliver them to other parts of the world. Our company has clients in more than 80 countries around the world. And we already have developed logistics and proximity to Europe. Of course, it's under the risks, but it's flexible and resilient, as we see. Another problem is unstable energy supply, and that's why we need more clean and low-cost energy produced locally and decentralized, and that's the point that our panelists told before. And I think that using our existing grid and our existing nuclear plants, we can start with that and then develop it in a better future. And also the stability and development prospects of the domestic steel scrap market, because we are highly dependent on this type of raw material due to our green steel making technology. And with a higher demand in green steel, the higher demand of the scrap will give us higher prices. And that's the question of the nearest future. And even now, we have faced some problems on the market locally in Ukraine. But on the other hand, we have high quality and low cost iron ore, which could be converted in also green way in HBI, high briquetted iron, which could be used in green steel making. But it's also a question of investment and some time. Yeah.
Right.
And the last, not least point, the human capital. Sorry for this long introduction, but it's important to say that we have a lot of skilled people. Of course, we have huge migration, huge problem with the availability of those people, but we can attract them by some higher remuneration, some incentives like salary and perspectives of new equipment and new technologies in our industry.
Right.
Thank you.
Just one quick question, or one and a half. Are you exporting much of the steel, or is it mostly for the domestic market?
The most part is exported. Is more than 70% is abroad.
Right. Well, that's encouraging. And you say trade barriers. Do you face trade barriers at the moment in terms of selling your steel into European Union and elsewhere?
No, not yet, but I think that it could be in the future, because now we have the legislation which is easy to our export into the EU. EU has stopped this regulation, but it is temporary.
Right, right. And the other question I had is, obviously there is mobilization in Ukraine at the moment. Are you seeing that a lot of your workers are essentially being removed from the factories, or are you able to protect your human capital to make sure the mills actually work?
Yeah, we're doing our best to keep our people at working places, because they also want to stay at home, stay in the country, and to be more sustainable.
Right, right. Well, I'm going to ask the audience for questions in just a moment, but before I do, I'd like to ask Mike. We have talked a lot about nuclear power in the past, and it being one component of the green transition. Obviously, during the last almost 2 years of war, there has been great concern about Chelyabinsk, about Zaporizhzhia, places like that. Do you think that what's happened in Ukraine is likely to increase public concern about nuclear power? Or do you see it instead as a chance to feel more confident about that? And obviously, you know, in the list of rare earth minerals that Ukraine has, uranium is one of them. So in many ways, Ukraine is in a great position to potentially develop this. But tell me how you think this has or has not changed.
Well, I think the Zaporizhzhia and the fact that you have two nations at war that both have civil nuclear power programs, first time ever, is an important distinction. And I think it has been handled quite well by the IAEA and others. The risk is obviously there, but I think the appreciation of the importance of the industry is also there between Russia and Ukraine. There's a respect for nuclear power. that comes from these countries. Then you look at COP28 and the tripling of nuclear power. If climate change is a national security threat, then nuclear power must be part of the solution. And I think, thankfully, we've seen that come about quite aggressively in the last 2 years. Ukraine, again, back to its prominence in the nuclear power industry, can actually be a leader in deregulating and streamlining the process to get nuclear power into more nations such as Poland and Romania. And so I think strategically, the industry is part of the recovery. And I also think that with the advent of new nuclear power, the small modular reactors, is key to the decentralized energy solution for Ukraine. And then finally, you touched on the uranium. The market is going to skyrocket for uranium. And the fact is, Ukraine needs to leverage its own natural resources to fuel its own nuclear power plants. And so again, you get this great relationship now between the rare earth minerals, the energy mix, the dominance of this industry, and the importance of it. And it's all kind of coming together right now. So we are concerned, but I think the concern has been handled quite well, both on the Ukrainian side and with the IAEA.
Right, right. Andre, I can see you want to come in. Probably both Andres want to come in.
Yeah, I think it's important. I want to make 2 points. I think it's important to understand how critical the energy topic is, how cross-cutting is to the whole conversation and to the past 2 years. So energy has been a contributing factor to the war, I would say. So critical raw materials and the reserves there and the gas reserves have been a contributing factor for the aggression. 1. 2, it's a mean. So the weaponizing energy, as it was over the past 2 years, was a mean of this hybrid war. 3 was an effect of that. So inflation, high energy prices in Europe and across the globe. But then coming to your point, I think it's a spark for reconstruction and acceleration of all the industries that we are seeing. So we are seeing green technologies being, pushed forward because of this lower, let's say, geopolitics of energy and the potential of that. We are seeing nuclear as a solution, especially small modular reactors. And I think we have not covered, and maybe it's not the topic of today, but also the offshore potential of Ukraine, wind offshore and offshore, reserves and offshore options that Ukraine has in terms of the energy, let's say, space. And final point, what I think energy is also a glimpse of hope, if you want. So partnerships on critical raw materials, partnerships on small modular reactors, both development and operation of that is, in my book, a hope for the future and a hope for the country as well as for the partners in the West.
Absolutely. I mean, people have always said that, it was all about petro wars in the Middle East, and now we're moving into a new phase where it's actually about wars over minerals that most of us, wouldn't recognize if we saw the equation on a bit of paper.
I think there's an old saying, I think Daniel Jürgen was putting this forward, that for Russia, oil was always about money, gas was always about geopolitics. I think critical raw materials is about both.
Yes, absolutely. Well, 4 to 12 trillion is a lot of money. So even for the Financial Times. But Andre, the other Andre, I can see you wanted to jump in.
Yes, Apple, Mike highlighted the fact that the raw uranium market is increasingly getting constrained. That's in part because Russia and China are putting their hands on a lot of Kazakhstan's uranium reserves. And Kazakhstan is currently one of the largest producers of raw uranium. Ukraine has the largest uranium reserves in Europe. It has, as Apple Mike said, a very well-developed nuclear industry. It's formed a new partnership with Westinghouse and Cameco to rewire and re-gear its supply chain. So there's tremendous potential for Ukraine to be a clean energy partner, not only for Europe, but also for the US.
Absolutely.
And I think this strategic partnership around critical minerals and clean energy and nuclear innovation is a key component of the alliance between the West and Ukraine going forward.
Absolutely. Well, I'm always fascinated by Ukraine because many years ago I was a PhD student in the former Soviet Union, aspirantka, and I did my PhD research in Tajikistan, lived in a village up high in the mountains, and was such an idiot that I asked people what the mine in the village was, and they told me it was a fluoride mine. And anyone who's got any basic chemical engineering will know there's no such thing as a fluoride mine. And it took me a year to realize that I was actually sitting on a uranium mine. So for that reason, I've since become slightly more familiar after being, I literally telling all my friends I was on a fluoride mine. They went, no, you're not. There we go. But anyway, Ukraine has got, plenty of uranium, probably making fluoride too. But anyway, any questions from the audience about any of these themes? We've got a question here straight away, and don't ask me about fluoride, please. You can take my microphone.
I have a question for Andrea on my left. You mentioned the reserves of rare earth minerals around from 4 to 12 trillion. And you also mentioned that part of that happens to be in the east. Can you divide that between the non-occupied part and the free part? And the second question is, what are those? Can you give us a flavor of which rare earths are you talking about?
I'll give you some very quick answers. I mean, the estimations that the range is so high because the measurements were kind of started a few years ago before the aggression started. So it's pretty difficult to put a number, and also it's very difficult to really identify on a granular level where those resources are. But the estimations, and these are all numbers, so last year's numbers, last year meaning 2022, are $4 to $12 trillion. So it's a huge number, and future, let's say, assessments of the terrain will and the underground will actually show exactly the extent of that. But we are talking, maybe my colleagues know a bit more on that, but we are talking mainly, about most of the critical raw materials and rare earths that we are looking into for the energy transition. But I think probably the most interesting one would be lithium, because lithium is at high consumption when it comes to the clean energy solutions. Batteries and this kind of solutions are high, have a high lithium intensity. Lithium is, the reserves of lithium probably among all the others are the most, consistent ones. So lithium is at high stake. And it's also important to understand how important that would be for Europe, because at the moment Europe has very limited resources when it comes to importing lithium. Australia is a solution, South America is a solution, but think about the global supply chains, how long they are, how the higher distance pose different risks, higher costs, higher supply chains issues. So that would be an opportunity, obviously, for the country and for its partners as well.
If I were a supply manager for Volkswagen, I would be knocking on the door right now, right?
Of course. Yeah.
Especially for me.
And it's not only...
Is that happening?
It's not only the transportation sector. It's the utility scale, energy utility scale. It's batteries in every sense, in every terms.
I think another sector that's really important in terms of this strategic minerals partnership is the space sector. So Ukraine has very large beryllium reserves, which are hugely important to the space sector. One of our portfolio companies, Axiom Space, is building the new International Space Station in Texas at the moment, and beryllium is absolutely critical to the future of the space station program. So Ukraine is also a very important partner for the space sector.
I would add one real quick to get to your finer point. There's 5 regions, there's 13 different reserves and finds and licenses that are out there: graphite, beryllium, potassium, titanium, and uranium. Those are the big 5. And they're each in a growth industry, and the offtake for those rare earth minerals is untapped. So how do we protect Ukraine? By tying the off-takers, United States, Japan, South Korea, to weaning themselves off of China with these rare earth minerals. Whether you believe in clean energy or not, you need the graphite for the EVs. You need the titanium for many different applications. You need the uranium to fit the growing nuclear industry. So you link these things together, and I think that's critically important.
I would say very quickly before we have a question is that a lot of these maps can actually be found on their various websites that detail the maps of where the deposits are. And I spent some time last year going through them. And it's really very, very striking and very interesting indeed. And of course, it's very significant in terms of the bits of the land that the Russians have grabbed.
So this is an absolutely critical panel, and especially at a point in time now with the war, where you're seeing this growing fatigue, where you're seeing folks in Western countries who are saying, you know, we have been paying for Ukraine, we are providing like charity, aid, etc. And what we see in Ukraine is that strategic importance, including everything that you've said today. Feeding 400 million people, you know, a third of the lithium reserves in Europe, the second largest gas reserves proven in Europe. So if you're talking to the average taxpayer in the US, in UK, in Europe, to convince them why continue to back Ukraine through victory, what would you say?
What we see with the private sector now is that US, Canadian, British, European companies are forming partnerships with Ukrainian companies. And so the ownership of much of these strategic mineral reserves in the future will be based on partnerships, commercial partnerships. And as Apple Mike said, these commercial partnerships will lead to tangible offtake agreements. So there's a demonstrable national security case, there's a demonstrable investment return case, there's a demonstrable contribution to the energy transition case that's being made. And I think this strategic minerals and critical minerals partnership, this energy partnership, is a critical component now of the Ukraine's alliance with the West. And it's really at the heart of this alliance going forward. And it's really important for all of us, and particularly in the private sector, to articulate it. Because, as you say, Ukraine is not a charity. Ukraine is not coming to the West with a begging bowl. The West needs the Ukraine's strategic minerals. The West needs Ukraine's energy potential. The West needs Ukraine's agricultural potential. Ukraine is coming and saying, we are opening up these opportunities to Western companies as part of our partnership and as part of building and evolving this partnership. And we need this partnership desperately, because in the absence of this partnership, the West will be beholden to China's dominance of strategic minerals. The West will be beholden to continue to import raw materials from Russia. And all of that comes at a huge cost. And we have to calculate this. We have to translate this into numbers. What does it mean for economic growth in the US? What does this mean for economic growth in the European Union? And I think the challenge now for the private sector is to go and make that business case for the alliance.
If I could add one thing, and Linda, you've proven we can invest in Ukraine with Horizon on the fintech side. And what we want to do is scale that up. So geopolitically, which is really the core of your question, in America, it's challenging when you only talk about the kinetic fight. So what we're doing is we're increasing the conversation about everything Andre just said. That's how you get more Republicans and Democrats on the side of what does Ukraine look like after the war. It doesn't look that way if you let Russia win, though. So you have to link these things together. And then finally, the analogy we use is Japan. After World War II, Japan became the ally that we needed it to become within about 20 years. We think Ukraine can be the Japan of Eastern Europe, both with your resources. And I think the two things we're investing in, maybe more so than everything, is the innovation and the people. And what you've seen in Ukraine is an unbelievable rise of innovation. The engineering skills have always been there. The venture capital world has already tapped into much of that. Now they're asking us to help scale up. So you win the war by winning the peace, by creating more commercial opportunities that speak to stability. And that's why we're so excited in a good way, because if you don't win the war, then you don't get into this conversation. And so this is what's capturing more and more of the Congress. And also, I think, I wanted to make one point on corruption. The DOD IG just came out with a report. Of the $45 billion that we flushed into Ukraine to fight the Russians, 3% of it was not accounted for accurately. It wasn't misappropriated, it was just not accounted for accurately. So by any standard, that was as well produced plan as you can finally get. So that's what we're pointing towards is, of course, Ukraine can work in the governance and in the corruption and everything else. So we see this as de-risking for many, many reasons.
Yeah.
just a quick point. I would give an example, a very straightforward example. Ukraine now has the largest gas storage facilities in Europe. So 30 billion cubic meters, that's more than 25% of what Europe has as a whole. And at the moment, Europe is using 30% of that, so 10 billion cubic meters for storing gas. Now we are in the middle of winter. Winter has not passed yet, but it's been a cold winter, Gas reserves in Europe, including the storage facilities in Ukraine, are at 90% or close to 90%. We've never been better. And we've never imagined to be so good, 2 years ago when everything happened. So we are kind of in such a good moment that the next winter looks quite approachable. So that, these figures should convince, people that, the strategic importance of the partnership and, the investment of, in this campaign is critical to Europe and is critical to all the Western partners, I think.
Right. I mean, one thing I just wanted to mention is it's not just the Russians who understand the critical significance of these minerals. We were talking in the backstage before about the Chinese, who are also keenly aware of this and increasingly interested. Can any of you talk about that a bit more? I mean, Andre, do you want to say a few words on that?
Yeah, take a stab on it. I mean, let's look a bit on the other side. Russia has quite a lot of critical raw materials and rare earth metals. What Russia doesn't have and never had and probably will not have, in the near future is the capacity to mine and refine that.
Yeah.
So additional resources, as good as they may be for Kremlin, still cannot be, let's say, exploited because of the very poor industry of mining and refining it. Chinese, on the other hand, are a very different, let's say, breed, because we know that they control most of the mining, even more so the refining processes of critical raw materials across the globe. So that's actually at stake, not necessarily, I mean, obviously it's the Russian aggression, but it's even more so the dominance of, and the continuous dominance that China would have on these critical raw materials.
Right, right.
I mean, our business partner in Ukraine has told us time and time again that the Chinese are constantly pinging for a partnership. China understands energy sovereignty better than anybody. And if they can lock down that market, then they lock down whether or not you can turn your lights on or off. And that's exactly how they see Ukraine, the way we see it, which is it's that critical to the future of energy.
Right, right. Well, I actually just came from a meeting with Secretary Kerry, who was underscoring the point about the criticality of not just raw materials, the mining, but also the processing, which is what China has really cornered. Sadly, very sadly, we are out of time. I would just like to say a very big thank you to all the panelists for this critical points. And I'd also just like to underscore the point that you made, that actually at this point it's not just about the kinetic fight, to quote Mike, it's not just about the defense issues and the geostrategic importance, although that is very, very important. It's really about the great game. And when I was doing my PhD looking at the history of Central Asia in the what was then the former Soviet Union, we wrote a lot about the great game and how, at the end of the day, the great game, the battle over resources around Central Asia, economics, drove a lot of the politics. Today, there's a lot of focus on the politics. I would say, coming from the Financial Times, there's not enough focus on the economics. And what we've been discussing today is really at the heart of this great game, this great economic battle. And heavens knows, I would argue that we all need to get engaged to help support that fight. So thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We would like to thank all of you for a great discussion. And to keep you warm in Davos, here is the small, present gift for you from the Ukrainian designers. Stay warm and support Ukraine.
New hats.
Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, please join me in welcoming Volodymyr Zelensky, the President of Ukraine. Mr. President, after having had the pleasure to welcome already the last 2 years very powerful delegations from your country, it's now my great honor to actually welcome you back to Davos, because during your remarks at the annual meeting 2020, where you were among us, you mentioned that the biggest threat to a cohesive and sustainable world was security. You also warned of the consequences of accepting the new normality when at the same time parts of your country had already been under partial occupation for 6 years. Mr. President, the brutal aggression on the 24th of February 2022 reminded us that we cannot have global prosperity without peace and security. Nearly 2 years since the war, Ukraine still stands. Its people stand and fight on a daily basis to protect the interdependence of their homeland. Thanks to your leadership, Mr. President, as well as the determination of every Ukrainian citizen, your country has remained incredibly resilient in response to the war. We are deeply grateful to you and the Ukrainian people for defending the values which are at the core of the international system and at the heart of liberal democracy. In 2022, Ukraine was granted EU candidate status, and just last month, formal accession negotiations began. There is no question that Ukraine remains firmly on the path of European integration as a result of you and your government's policies. We are eager to hear from you on what lies ahead for Ukraine in this critical time for your country, not only for your country, for Europe and for the world. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Professor Schwab, thank you for your very kind introduction. President Brandon, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your willingness to hear answers to truly important questions. When will the war end? Is the third World War possible? Is it time to negotiate with Putin? The full-scale war in Europe has been ongoing for nearly 2 years. Counting the time since Russia's illegal annexation of our Crimea, it's been almost 10 years. And for almost 10 years, Russia has been interfering in African countries from Sudan to Mali. The Syrian war still bleeding because of Putin's decision to prove something to the world has been ongoing for almost 13 years. In fact, one man has stolen at least 13 years of peace, replacing them with pain, and crises that impact the entire world. Putin is trying to normalize what should have ended in the 20th century. Mass deportations, cities and villages razed to the ground, and the terrifying feeling that the war may never end. In fact, Putin embodies war. We all know that he is the sole reason why various wars and conflicts persist and why all attempts to restore peace have failed, and he will not change. He will not change. We must change. We all must change to the extent that the madness that resides in this man's head or any other aggressor's head will not prevail. Putin is frank about what he wants, what he does, and who his targets are. His answer to the duration of the war is always war, without an end, and he wants in this way. His answer to the limits of chaos in the world is the boundless support of terrorist forces. He enjoys conflicts that cause suffering to others. His answer to calls for peace is supplying more and more weapons from North Korea and Iran. Regimes like his exist as long as they wage wars. And we all in a free world exist as long as we can defend ourselves. If anyone thinks this is only about us, this is only about Ukraine, they are fundamentally mistaken. Possible directions and even timeline of a new Russian aggression beyond Ukraine become more and more obvious. Let me ask very honestly, which European nation today can provide a combat-ready army on par with ours, holding back Russia? And how many men and women are your nation ready to send to defend another state, another nation? And if one must fight against Putin together in the years ahead, isn't it better to put an end to him and his war strategy now, while our brave men and women are already doing it? They are the world's chance. They are. In any dire confrontation, there's always a point where a catastrophe can be stopped. Ukraine is that opportunity, and we all in the free world must be unwavering in our pursuit of our desires, actions, and goals. Just as Putin is frank about his doom-laden ambitions, we all Ukrainians began our defense at a time when almost no one in the world believed in Ukraine. But we turned tables so that now the world has stopped believing in Russia. Even Putin's current buddies in Pyongyang and Tehran are simply using his madness while he still has technologies and resources to pay them. No one believes in his future or invest in it. And we, all of us today, even more than yesterday, must invest in bringing peace closer, a peace that is both just and stable. Before the full-scale invasion, we constantly heard, don't escalate. And we called for proactive action, sanctions to prevent war expansion. And we were told, don't escalate. And after February 24th, nothing harmed our coalition more than this concept. Every don't escalate to us sounded like you will prevail to Putin. And we asked for new types of weapons, and the response was don't escalate. But then weapons arrived, and there was no escalation. A Russian missile fell on NATO territory. The response again was don't escalate. But retaliation at the moment could have taught Russia a lot and would have added necessary confidence to the West. We talked about blocking the transit of sanctioned goods to Kaliningrad, but the response was don't escalate. Full force of the sanctions could have forced Putin to concessions. because of don't escalate, time was lost. And the lives of many of our most experienced warriors who fought since 2014 were lost. Some opportunities were lost. The lesson is clear. Everyone thought Russia had missiles that couldn't be shot down. Patriots shoot down everything. And many feared the consequences if Ukraine gets long-range weapons. As a result, Russia just loses more. And we heard Russia would never allow a grain corridor without its involvement. Nearly 16 million tons of cargo have been transported from our ports. And we can prove that Russia will reconcile with the complete loss of its Black Sea fleet, which terrorized commercial ships. And we must gain air superiority for Ukraine just as we have gained superiority at the Black Sea. We can do it. Partners know what's needed and in what quantities. This will allow progress on the ground. Just 2 days ago, ladies and gentlemen, just 2 days ago, we proved Ukraine can even hit very valuable Russian military aircraft, which no one had shot down before. Many sanction steps were delayed for months, even years, because they have faced storms of threats from Moscow. But none of those threats came true. Each storm turned out to be their bluff. And how can one be satisfied with the sanctions against Russia or export controls if they don't even block its missile production? In every Russian missile, there are critical components from Western countries, dozens of components in every missile. And it's true, it's fact. And of course, I'm grateful for each package of sanctions. Thanks, partners, thank you. But bringing peace closer will be a reward for all those who care to ensure that sanctions work 100%. And by the way, it's a clear weakness of the West that Russia's nuclear industry is still not under global sanctions, even though Putin is the only terrorist in the world who took a nuclear power plant hostage. It must be a strong decision this year when frozen Russian assets, soaring and oligarchic, will be directed towards defense against the Russian war and for reconstruction of Ukraine. Putin loves money above all. The more billions he and his oligarchs, friends and accomplices lose, the more likely he will regret starting this war. Putin must regret. We need him to lose. We need to finally dispel the notion that global unity is weaker than one man's hatred. And we can do it. Ladies and gentlemen, this year must be decisive. Can freezing the war in Ukraine be its end? I don't want to settle for the truism that any frozen conflict will eventually reignite. And I remind you that after 2014, there were attempts to freeze the war in Donbass. There were very influential guarantors of those protests than Chancellor of Germany and the presidents of France. But Putin is a predator who is not satisfied with the frozen products. And we have to defend ourselves, our children, our houses, our lives. And we have to do it, and we can beat him on the ground. We have proved it, and at sea and in the skies. And we ramp up production of weapons. We achieved economic growth in Ukraine. Our GDP is moving up despite the war, plus more than 5% last year. And we got the decision on EU accession negotiations, and we are normalizing the idea that the aggression can be defeated, even Putin's aggressions, which have been ongoing for 10 years and more. And now we can say, don't escalate, to all who doubt, to all who want to reduce support. And in this warning, we will be absolutely correct, because every reduction in pressure on the aggressor adds years to the war. But every investment in the confidence of the defender shortens the war. We must make it possible to answer the most important question. The war will end with a just and stable peace. And I want you to be the part of this peace, starting from right now, to bring the peace closer. And we need you in Ukraine to build, to reconstruct, to restore our lives. Each of you can be even more successful with Ukraine. And these days, right here, in such beautiful country, in Switzerland, we have made a key political contribution to the possibility of ending the war. There was the most representative meeting of national security advisors regarding the implementation of the peace formula. More than 80 countries and international institutions were represented. Yesterday, I had very productive negotiation with the president of Switzerland and discussing the possibility of holding a summit at the leaders level in Switzerland, the first summit, the Global Peace Summit. Today, our teams have already begun work on organization such a summit, not the World War III, but the Global Peace Summit. And I invite every leader and country that respects peace and international law to join us. Together we can answer any crucial questions, and it will be the best answers. Peace must be the answer. Thank you for your invitation, and thank you for your attention. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Mr. President, I think you can feel the warmth from the audience. I never seen this room so full. And thank you for your historical speech here in Davos. I think we all know when we are witnessing history, and with President Zelensky, he's one of the historical figures of our time. To stand against Russia as one of the largest military powers in the world, like you and your people have done, is, of course, truly historic. But we will also have to turn to the next chapters, and you also mentioned that Ukraine's economy is still growing with more than 5%. You also mentioned that Russia has seen a lot of losses, more than 300,000 soldiers, more than half of their tanks, and also their Black Fleet fleets. I was just wondering, listening to you, how long will the Russian people let Putin continue with this? Let's see if everyone gets on.
Yeah, please.
And here you have some water.
Try. No, I have water.
Okay.
I will wait. I have enough time till morning. No, I have no time. Sorry. You have?
You have a war to win,
I have a lot of work. Thank you so much. No, it's a great.
So,
can I speak Ukrainian?
Yeah, of course. Everyone has their.
Everybody understands Ukrainian. Okay, that's great.
With the interpretation, yes.
I see. Yeah. What we will speak about serious topics, but sometimes we need pauses for jokes.
Gallows humor.
No. You know what is funny? Now I'm speaking English and have Ukrainian translation here. So it's thanks technologies. But it has to be opposite.
How did it sound?
I have to speak Ukrainian.
How did it sound in Ukrainian?
Great. Yeah. My voice is better here. So I don't like to hear my voice. Добре, дякую.
All right, thank you. Why I wanted to answer in Ukrainian. I will explain to you. You do not understand what difference is between us, you, and this man, Putin, because as you have mentioned, and in your question, was it all the difference between autocracy from democracy is that you mentioned for how long the people of Russia will allow Putin, and then afterwards it is not important whether it's war, the elections, to be the head of the state. The question is that we equally understand this, you and us. For how long will people allow? And that is the principle of democracy, and that is the difference. The people do not allow anything to the President Putin. The question is what President Putin allows to his people, and therefore we need to state the question differently. For how long are the people ready to be deaf, to not hear anything, to not see anything, to pretend like everything is all right and is moving all right? So that is not the question to me. That is the question to the people of Russian Federation, whether they are capable of changing themselves or not. And that is the situation. And Putin, that is what I was saying. I don't believe that that man is capable of changing, because only humans can do that.
Very interesting. I'll try another question then. We know that... Yeah, try. I'm realistic. We know that the EU and the US has now been holding back for a week or two the latest support to Ukraine. I know that you're meeting European leaders. You met with President von der Leyen. I think you also meet with the key American leaders here. Are you concerned that this is taking a lot of time, or is this just a question of weeks before it is resolved?
Thank you for the question. I think it's the matter of weeks. I have positive signals that Europe is supporting us, the countries of the European Union, and I believe we will also manage to solve the question regarding the aid in Congress. Without it, it is not possible. We have had many discussions, dialogues and meetings, and I think that we are not wasting our such precious time to us, because we at times of war need to be in our state. It is important to come here, to communicate with partners, to meet, but nonetheless, there are priorities in times of war, and therefore I am sure that I believe that there will be very positive reaction from our partners. We do not allow Russia to occupy us. We stand firm thanks to our warriors. As regards the reforms, all that list of reforms, our promises and proposals by the International Monetary Fund, European Union, Ukraine is fulfilling all those faster than prior to the war, because we have regrouped, because Ukraine in times of war has proven that it can be strong and can reform the state.
I think also, Mr. President, a good reminder to all of us that when Putin attacked, saying that it was just false allegations that he was going to attack Ukraine, that he said the evening before the attacks started, you've been able to take back 50% of the territory that he occupied. I think it's also important to remind ourselves that you did even before you got the Western weapons support. That was based on your old army. And you have a much stronger army now, probably the 6th, 7th strongest army in the world. But I think, if I may, if you could share the sentiment among the people in your country. How do Ukrainians now feel after 2 years of this war? Are they as committed or even more committed after all the atrocities, the latest shelling and also killing of civilians? Because you also have to manage your own population.
Thank you for a rather difficult question. First and foremost, Ukrainian people will never forgive Putin and to all those who have sponsored and committed all this terrorism, who took our lives from us, our people, our children, the time of those children that have survived, thanks God, but who were forced to grow up and become adult because of this war. They were deprived of childhood simply. And my condolences to all those who were deprived of close ones, of people. Therefore, to mention anything about forgiveness, it is said that the time is playing at Putin's hand and that people in Ukraine will forget. No, to rest in this world or in the other world, neither he nor his children or grandchildren will not have safe rest. Yes, we are not terrorists, therefore we will have criminal legal processes, and there will be responsibility. There has to be responsibility because after this terror, the others will come. Autocracy, aggression. It would mean that it is possible to do so if there would be no consequences. Therefore, nobody will never forgive nothing to anybody. But not this supports the morale, the spirit of Ukrainians, not revenge. We cannot compare revenge to justice. I have now covered justice, not revenge, but justice. Justice has to be in sentences, in precise years and places where they need to spend their long, many-year vacation. The issue is in justice. The morale is supported by the desire of Ukrainians to be free and for freedom, for the human rights, for your own choice, how you want to live, whom you want to elect, whom you want to love, where you want to rest. For it is for this choice, for the sake of freedom, that Ukrainian people are fighting bravely, courageously, resiliently. And I believe that it is fighting for our common values. It is difficult to understand the price of such values when you do not have war. Therefore, your support is so important. It is so important for the people to understand the price of it before the disaster comes. And if we unite all together and unite in the help to Ukraine and in isolating Putin, and if we do that, that will be a right preventive political step so that the war do not come to other countries, to Ukraine, And this is what Putin wants. By distracting his slavery population of poor people, he is not capable of building up market economy in Russia. He did not succeed in that. He did not manage to create middle class out of poor people, to let people enjoy the results of their work, to enjoy their lives. Therefore, he proposed radicalism to them. Because of the work of Kremlin, their lying information policy, and because of the war, if you cannot give the economy, he has found for them other military, quote-unquote, victories, that is occupation of other territories, destruction and killing. I apologize, my response was rather long. Your question was shorter.
I think they're more interested in hearing you than me. I think, Mr. President,
enough.
I think that was an amazing way to end. Maybe just short question, how can we in this room, and also we discussed this morning with, you had 70 global CEOs in the room, how can we even better contribute for the principles you laid out and for Ukraine?
I have stated to you absolutely frankly to us, I believe that our strength and our main treasure of Ukraine is people, and they have proven to the whole world that they are smart, talented, modern, and they are sharp-witted, they are brave, and they are absolutely open. And I told you that for us today to build up a resilient economy, only our people and your investments are capable of that. The working places, many of those. For this, we would need normal investments, from absolutely understandable, transparent companies, and I believe that that will strengthen us because it will create new employment places. It will allow our people the opportunity to come back from abroad. And I have already stated that Putin has managed only to enter the villages where he has killed all people, or where there were no people because they have fled because of the war. But if there were many people who were ready to defend their land, and they did indeed manage to do that, so please strengthen our economy, and we will strengthen your security.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been an, you see?
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Please come through. We do have seats here. Dear guests, my name is Uliana Chromyak, and I am the Executive Director of Ukraine House Davos. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is our pleasure to welcome all of you today. This panel is called Women at War, Redefining Strength and Resilience. Before we start, let's view a short video.
Ukraine is now a nation at war.
Ukraine is fighting back. They are defending themselves.
If you care about freedom, if you care about democracy, if you care about our future, it's important for the world to stand with Ukraine.
Russian troops pulled back, letting in life and revealing huge trauma.
Ukrainians could be using them now to help assure our collective security for decades.
Tonight, a senior Ukrainian defense official declared that the entire region of the capital city of Kyiv has been liberated.
More resolved than ever to support Ukraine in its fight against Russian aggression and atrocities.
When HIMARS showed up in Ukraine, it changed the face of battle.
And just a couple of days ago, it was liberated and claimed back by Ukrainians.
Ukraine has taken delivery of a sophisticated air defense system called NASAMS from the US.
France will supply the Crotal air defense system to Ukraine.
Presidential Drawdown Authority, or PDA policy, to ship Hawk equipment to Ukraine.
Tonight, euphoria in Kherson, a major Ukrainian city now free from Russian rule.
Now Ukraine will be the next nation to take delivery of America's Patriot missile interceptor system.
Some 50 countries have stepped up to help Ukraine defend itself and deter future threats.
Major demonstration of the effectiveness of its newly deployed Western air defenses.
The Ukrainian counteroffensive appears to be escalating.
The stock prices of the biggest U.S. weapons manufacturers spiked.
It will be very difficult for us to fight without your assistance, but we have no choice. This is very serious things because unfortunately we don't have enough power within our country to support our army, but we extremely need it. This is just a point of our survival.
This panel will be half English, half Ukrainian. For those that need translation, please raise your hand and the volunteers will distribute the headsets. It is my great pleasure to introduce the moderator of the panel, Svetlana Hrytsenko, member of the board, Viktor Pinchuk Foundation. The floor is yours.
Наша сторона. Good afternoon, dear guests. Thank you very much for joining this panel, which is, I find, really special and really important. Today we have fantastic panelists who will be sharing their views, their ways, and the role of women, how they see it at war in Ukraine. And I don't want to take long, and I would like to invite all the panelists to this stage. Please welcome. Today in Ukraine, over 60,000 of women are in the armed forces, and much more are being medics, volunteers, and doing much more to approach the victory of Ukraine. Today, we invited 5 fantastic women, each in its own way, but doing its best to help Ukraine win. And I wouldn't like to take long for the introduction of this session. I believe the most important for you is to hear their stories, and via these stories to understand what is actually ongoing in Ukraine. What is the role of women at this war? Is it different from the role of men? What do women in Ukraine actually do to get the victory closer for Ukraine? So I'd like to pass my word to the first speaker, Yulia Payevskaya, with the combat name Tyra. Yulia, the word is yours.
Well, thank you very much. It's okay. Того року я була тут же.
Last year, I also participated in discussions here in Davos, and I am greatly thankful to all of you for being with us. I'm glad that there are as many people as last year here. I'm thankful to all of you for taking care of Ukraine, of caring about the role of women in the war. I will be the voice of those who are deprived of their voice, those who cannot speak because they are either kept prisoners of war or held hostages or are in the occupied territories or cannot speak because of their physical or psychological issues. I will be speaking on behalf and on behest of those who were captured, who were oppressed, who were devalued through this occupation, those who were robbed of their children, whose children were taken to Russia, those who were, again, deprived of the opportunity to speak their mother tongue, those who were robbed of their natural private life, those who are still there in captivity, medics, women and men. And it's hard to believe. Some of them are needle workers, some of them are cooks, and they are accused of awful crimes by the Russians. These are people who cannot eat. Normally, they don't have any sanitary things. I have been prisoner of war. I know how they treat our POWs or other captives. I have never met a person who would hear a good word from the Russians. I have never met any prisoners of war or captives held by Russians who would be heard by their captors. Those who haven't been there cannot possibly imagine how life is like there. And my only desire is for this war to end in fair peace, in our victory. And I wish that everyone who is kept hostage or in the occupation could share their stories with the world, tell the international community what has been going on there under the occupation. Anybody, any human body, has this specific capacity to reactivate a lot of functions that they've never used before, or on the opposite, make some of their functions dormant. When you bleed profusely, then the body will be sparingly bringing blood to your limbs so that your heart and your mind had enough oxygen and blood. That's exactly what happens to my country, to the texture of our society. It is very akin to what a human body goes through. I saw people die. I saw children die. I saw a 500,000 strong city, Mariupol, being killed by the enemy. So do not let us die as a nation. Support us, otherwise this terror will pursue you. And if you think now that it's impossible, that's exactly what we felt before the war. We all together are shaping our future. What is ahead of us, what we are going to leave behind for our children, and we have to take care of them right now. Right now, not tomorrow, not the day after, not down the road, but today. We need military equipment, we need ammunition, we need armament. I plead you to enhance my voice. Speak on behalf of those who are voiceless now. Support us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yulia, for such an important message, I would say, you delivered. I'm not quite sure why we have a gap here. I think we'll just maybe for everybody closer. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, no, I'm not sure why it's here. And I'd like to pass a word to a woman that had a really a strong path and a long path at this war. And I'd like to pass a word to you, Людмила Минюк, with the combat mate Malva.
Я український солдат.
I'm a Ukrainian soldier. I'm the chief sergeant of the assault company. I won't be telling you how brave or resilient I am as a Ukrainian woman. I am a Ukrainian soldier, and I've seen a lot of heroic deeds committed by my comrades in arms. I was valued by my country, and I was decorated by my government. And I would like to appeal to the women of the world with my story. It is a story of a family of the Ukrainian soldier. I used to be just a mother, a grandmother. I'm 58 now. But then, all of a sudden, the aggressor ruined my life, that of my family. My son was killed in that war, my younger son, Sviatoslav Minuk. He laid down his life for the sake of his country. My husband was wounded, was maimed by this war. This war also wounded me, but I couldn't sit on the fence, go to the shelters or to the basements. I wanted this war to be over as soon as possible. I wanted my grandchildren to see a free Ukraine again. I don't want my grandchildren to have to fight. I want them to be alive. I want all children of Ukraine to be alive. I don't want this war to destroy and wound my country. I don't want this war to go over, to spill over to other countries of Europe. But without military support, without the armament that we so badly need, we would be killed. All of us would be killed, and you will have to fight for your children, for your grandchildren. So I appeal to the women of the world, because I believe that women altogether form a huge force. They are wise, they are brave, and women's power and the motherly instinct of every woman is a wonder. So this war has taken away my son from me, but this war also endowed me with thousands of sons and daughters in the armed forces of Ukraine. I am proud to be a Ukrainian woman. I am proud to stand tall in my own land. And it is the time now that our children should be protected. If you look at the Ukrainian map, you will see lots of shelters where children are cowering from the shelling and missile attacks. And in the future, I'm sure my grandchildren will watch this video and they will see me appealing to the world to help them, my grandchildren. Please save lives of the smart, talented, best children of this world. Thank you very much. I thank you, and I hope you will support us. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes.
It's really hard to speak after your such a frank message, and it goes deep into the hearts. It went deep to mine, and I'm sure it went deeply into the hearts of the audience that is here. And I'd like to pass a word to our next panelist, who also has a long story at this war and doing so much every single day. So I'd like to pass a word to you, Masha.
I'm not a fraction as heroic as these women, but I have a story to tell about women in the army. And my name is Maria. I train other combat medics, just a little bit of frontline work, but I mostly teach people for 10 years now. In 2017, I was a part of a team who created combat medics in Ukrainian army. And last year, I have fulfilled my 10-year dream, because we as a team have started pre-hospital blood transfusion in Ukrainian army. We haven't been doing this for 10 years of war, and we started in 2022, and we have a victory for us and for our wounded patients. We have done this with my dearest friend, Rina. She's in a medical company, and with her we have implemented this blood transfusion, and it was very risky for our command. They would not like us to do that. They were not very sure that it works. This is how we train our medics with that. No, that's fine. It's just a couple of photos of how we do pre-hospital blood transfusions. And our command was thinking it's a very risky thing. Despite there is universal blood that you can administer to everyone, despite it having a big experience from US Army. So we are doing this like 5 kilometers from the front line, fresh blood transfusion from person to person, and we know how to do it safe. So a couple of months ago, Chief Medical Officer of paratroopers has been presenting this to his doctors, and he said, I quote, he's not fond of blood transfusion, etc., and he says, I quote, now we have to do these blood transfusions as these girlies have said we have to do. He wanted to diminish us. He said, these girlies. But he said, we have to do it now because of these girlies. And this is something that we were celebrating, despite him being not very pleasant to us. But it was not all this fun all the time. I want you to imagine 2014, 10 years ago. You're about to turn 18. It's me. And the war starts in your country. And you know it's the right thing to join the army. And everybody says it's not the right place that you have to be. And they're true, except one part. war in 2014 is not for anyone, because army of 2014 is not ready to fight with these forces. And we do not have Western aid. We do not have those weapons that we have now, and that we are waiting to have more. And so it's a place for nobody. And to that extent that you cannot legally hold a position of combat, in combat. You cannot legally hold a position of gunner, machine gunner, grenade launcher, sniper as a female. But good for me, they still accept medics, and this is what I do. But I want you to imagine this visually. For our commanders, a woman medic at war is Florence Nightingale in 2014. So they don't issue you a long dress with Red Cross apron. They do not do that. But they don't expect you to be in combat. But your enemy has other plans. So it is very clear that it does not work. You cannot organize proper medical care if your medic is very far from the front line. But they still don't want you to be there, so it's like you have to choose something. 2 years later, after this, we started the program with combat medics. We learned that we cannot put hospitals 20, 100 kilometers from the front line. We need combat medics who will be in trenches, who will be in fields, who will be in tank and artillery units with their soldiers. And we start training for them. So it's very thorough, extremely thorough selection, extremely hard training, physically, mentally, intellectually. And it's open to women, and they show same results as men. Absolutely. That was perfectly fine. And after this training, they go to war, and you still feel like you don't belong here, because many people would say you do not belong there. But if something requires a hero to do it, it will not work with mortals. If you need to be a hero, it's not a system that's working. So we start thinking that it's proper thing that a medic can be female or male. Medics should be in trenches. Medics should be very close to the wounded patient. So it becomes more and more clear. And again, I was 18 and 20, and I gained more of that, like surgeon's weight, to the point when I come to our training center to conduct final exam for combat medics, and one of our trainees says, "Are you one of the founding mothers?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but you still do 20 more push-ups." And he said, "Yeah, sure, okay." So I gain all that, and 2022 comes, full-scale war, national liberation war, and tens of thousands of civilians come into the army, and among them there are very many men who look at me and they say, "What should I do, master, sergeant?" what we have to do? Because it is perfectly true that a woman can do anything, right? Because it's true that they will need an advice for someone who has chosen army before. And when I worked in general staff, we had a lot of gender equality trainings and lectures. And they have been always saying that there is sexism in your army, in our army. You will not join NATO with this sexism. Turns out it's not the sexism that doesn't allow us into NATO, but that's a whole other story, right? So I listen to that and I understand what they say. Yes, my abilities have been questioned. I have been told that it's only search for a man, for a husband, that a woman can join army for. I was told that. But I thought, I will do my thing. I will do what I do best. And at the end of the day, they come to me and say, what do we do? So in 2022, very many thousands of people came into the army, and there were very many women. And they were coming to me to a person who has experience with the army, and they were saying how to survive in the army. Of course, it's only about gender issues. There is no recipe how to survive with aerial bombs. They only ask how to survive if you're a female in the army. And I was saying, yeah, do your thing, build your authority. It will all be fine. Do not let anyone diminish you. Do not let them do things for you. If they say, "Let me carry your bag for you," like what? Aren't you a soldier? If you can do something, you can train how to do this. So And I say all of that, and I don't know what their destiny will be in the army, but in a couple of weeks or even, I don't know, days, they stop asking these questions because they find their true selves in the army. They find themselves in their units, and the puzzle matches. They're just on their positions. Because it's very hard to fight injustice when you're not represented, when you're outside of that group. You can conduct a million seminars on gender equality, but you have to see a woman in the army on different positions. I know medics, drone pilots, logistics officer, commander of artillery unit, chief of reconnaissance of an assault battalion. These are women that I know in the army. In 2014, I was a weird little creature to the army, and nobody knows what to do with you. In 2024, there are thousands of us in the army, and this is how we combat that sexism. This is how we get into NATO, I guess. And this is how we can really feel that the Western values that we have been talking about for a very long time, they come to life. They are real, and sometimes we make them real even more than those who have been talking with us about them, right? So it may be that a Ukrainian regular soldier will not pass a written test on gender equality, but it's a Ukrainian woman who fights in a war, the biggest after Second World War. And does she know that she fights sexism? Probably not. We have equal rights, and one of the most important rights is the right for life. And we defend this right with equal duties, and we have an equal need for weapons to protect us. And the last thing that I wanted to say about this gender-related issue, because there's probably the issue that you came to hear about. Me and my friend Rina, that we have been doing blood transfusions together, she said, I want to be in the world when somebody comes to say, I'm a female fighter, I'm a female soldier, and everybody in the room says, yeah, so what? So we're all female fighters, but so what? Because while we are here, many of our sisters in arms are in our positions, are in our places, and are defending us and the whole world for good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Maria. And I'd like to pass a word to you, Irina. Please share your story with us.
Дякую вам. Дякую, що ви нас чуєте.
Thank you very much. Thank you for hearing us. And that's very important. When I was listening to Tyra, to Malva, I understood that the world in TikTok was watching how Australian plants and animals disappear. And now there's a country where Ukrainians are being eliminated, are disappearing. I want to tell you that our war has started in Maidan. Practically everyone who is here now, both Maria and Tyra and myself, we are medics from the Maidan. I came to Maidan because our leadership at that time decided to change the course of the country and become pro-Russian. We could not allow ourselves to do this because Ukraine is Europe, and I think that you see now how we fight for our right to be Europe. When I came to Maidan, there were first people killed there. I came there from my office, and I never thought that I would be a paramedic, that I will provide assistance and help, and who will carry out the people who were killed or wounded on the 20th of February. And I saw how the lives of people ended when you held them in their hands. And I couldn't do anything. When the war started, when the Russians seized Crimea, I became a volunteer and I saw what I can do myself. It is hard to believe, but Ukraine now depends on people and stands on due to the people who adopt their decisions. My husband and my son-in-law are military people. We have 3 people in the military in our family, so they are defending us. And I do everything possible that in the rear, that rear is responsible and reliable. Together with Ukrzaliznytsia, Ukrainian Railway, we have changed the method and ways of evacuating the wounded. I can't tell you everything because this is sensitive information, but many foreign guests, including Ursula von der Leyen, when they came, they were amazed at what we were doing. That's because we had the need to transport many wounded and simultaneously provide them with medical help. And we involved absolutely the best medical specialists, and they are Ukrainian, and we were making this story together. I am proud of the fact that we have transported a tremendous number of wounded people, and we have lost no one. We are looking and finding the best preparations and best medicines, and we are asking the specialists how to even improve, and we are doing it. I say that it's impossible to understand what the war is. We can tell you everything. Tyra can tell about captivity. Malva can tell you that her son was killed, but until a Russian missile hit the block of flats where my daughter lives, we have come to differently perceive danger. Like, for instance, yes, the missile hit the house, but it has only smashed the windows. But our cats are alive. The first thing that we thought was about the cats. And, while we were, the flat below us, a refrigerator flew in because of the wave, of the blow wave, explosion wave, and there was a scalp of a person in that refrigerator, and they waited for 3 hours until the police came. And we have applications on our telephones which alert us to air raid alerts, and that was what happened today. And what we started to do, we started to call all our relatives and acquaintances asking, are you okay? You can help us. We understand that there's only one Ukraine. You cannot go somewhere and fight another Ukraine. We have to fight for it. And I want to show you the face of a man who died, and I want to tell you about his story and the story of his widow, Vitaly Kirkish-Antonenko. He volunteered for the army when the huge war started on the 24th of February. His wife and he wanted kids very much, but they were protracted with it because they thought that you should do something important. She got pregnant, and I was able to drag him out for this photo session. This is a fundraising book, and he came back to the front line and he was killed. She was 3 months pregnant, and they got to know during his visit that they will have a daughter. He saw this at the ultrasound research test. they agreed that she will be called Vitalina. And she was carrying the child for another 6 months after his death. We helped her. And now Vitalina is 7 months old, and she's absolutely resembling her father. And this is a very important story that will linger after him. But please, don't let Ukrainians disappear this way.
Your story as well as the story of Vitaly. Christia, I wanted to pass the word to you, but first of all, I want to say that the Timothy Foundation have been standing with Ukraine from the first days and actually all the time. And I want to thank as the organization, as you personally for doing this, including supporting Ukraine House Davos here this year. And I would like to pass a word to you, and it will be really interesting for us to see, to learn, how you see, if you see internationally the role of women, what are women doing in Ukraine if it's heard anywhere on international arena, and what do you see while supporting Ukrainian women in Ukraine?
Thank you, Svetlana. So first, thank you for inviting me to speak today. I'm truly honored and humbled to share the stage with such incredible, inspiring, strong women. Yulia, Irena, Lyudmila, Maria. We wouldn't be here without women like you and the thousands more that are in Ukraine, so thank you for everything that you do. The Timotei Foundation, which I work for, is a Canadian-based foundation. It was started in 1997 by James and Louise Timotei. James Timotei was born in Donbass, and he always had a strong sense of giving back to his community. And one of the priorities of the foundation is to support Ukrainian causes globally. Since the full scale of invasion, we set 2 clear priorities for the foundation. The first was to support organizations on the ground in Ukraine who are getting aid into the communities that really need it. And the second is to support global conversation and global initiatives around Ukraine. So I'd like to just take a few minutes to speak about each of those, how we're helping, and then get back to the stories that really are here to inspire us. As we heard from some of the stories that we've heard today, the role of women in war zones is really multifaceted. Women have been known to take on complex and sometimes conflicting roles. They are fighters, they're humanitarians, they're community leaders, they're mothers, they're daughters, they're local and global advocates, they're businesswomen, politicians, wives, laborers, the list goes on. And frankly, most of the women in Ukraine are doing this all while also being survivors of the trauma of war. I'm getting goosebumps right now as I say that, because every time I go to Ukraine and I interact with women from all walks of life, I'm always taken aback by their resilience, their perseverance, their passion, and their commitment to the victory of Ukraine. At the Timotei Foundation, we support organizations focused on strengthening their communities, supplying humanitarian aid, and keeping the next generation hopeful in Ukraine. Support organizations like Veteran Hub, that's led by Ivona Kostina, Unbroken, where we work closely with Marianna Svirchuk. We help the medical initiatives of Unite with Ukraine, which is headed by Dr. Olesya Vinnik, United 24, headed by Yaroslava Hres, the Olena Zelenska Foundation, headed by Nina Gorbachova, all organizations that are doing critical work in Ukraine and all led by women. All of these women and all of the women on the stage here are using their time and talents to support Ukraine's victory, and I feel it incumbent upon all of us to support them. We can do this with resources, but we can also do it by sharing their stories. So I'm here to encourage everybody in the international community to support these women and the thousands of women like them in Ukraine. Without international support, it will be a very hard battle for them. And with that, I'd like to touch a bit on the global advocacy piece. Ukraine needs international support from its allies. It needs the continued support. Women are playing a crucial role in this space. Look at Ukraine House, for example. Ukraine House, which is an incredibly important platform, is run all by women. And we are very proud to support those women, and we're very grateful for the work that they do to engage in this very important conversation. Yesterday, we heard from Ambassador Markarova. She and many other female ambassadors around the world are having critical conversations, including Ambassador Yulia Kovalyev in Canada. And we're always in awe of the way that they're able to articulate the need for continued support for Ukraine. The First Lady herself, the President's wife, is an inspiring global advocate, and the work that she does on the world stage to share stories and to make sure that the world understands and doesn't forget the plight that Ukraine is going for is critical. Yulia, Irena, Maria, Lyudmila were brave enough to come here today and tell their stories. And so we need to share them. We need to support them, and if you can't do that monetarily, then we need to support these women and the tens of thousands of other women in Ukraine by sharing their stories, not letting the world forget, and being their #1 advocates. Lyudmila had said when we first sat down and we were all chatting that it's just important to start somewhere. Whenever you're taking something on, you need to start something. He said that upstairs. Do something. These women are taking action. They're incredible. They're inspiring. And I encourage all of us to join them and take action and help Ukraine see victory this year.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We don't have really much time left, but still, I don't want to be egoistic, and I would like to pass the floor to the audience. Maybe if somebody wants to ask a question, wants to comment, or wants to say something, please raise your hand, and we'll be happy to pass a word to you. Any questions, any comments, anything you'd like to say? Okay. But, okay, I'll be egoistic because I have too many questions I would like to ask. And actually, one of the questions that, while we announced the panel, what I was asked for other people, do actually women feel being discriminated at the war now in Ukraine? Do you feel this on a daily basis or you don't?
When you have a weapon, you can never feel that.
Do you?
В українській армії точно.
In Ukrainian army, armed forces, there is no discrimination whatsoever. But I don't know anything about the Russian armed forces. So, because they are beyond the pale. Whatever they do is beyond human. So make sure that neither men nor women ever get into captivity, even ever become prisoners of war or captives by the Russians. This should not be happening in the 21st century. But I've never been discriminated against by anyone in the Ukrainian army. Perhaps it's because of my appearance, but Ukraine is the feminine when it comes to grammatic gender, and we believe that Ukrainian women play the key role in the country by and large. During the war, sometimes women are commanders, and they give instructions to men soldiers. But we know that we are united by countering our common enemy, Russians, who are brutes. They are inhumane. They are inhuman, if you wish. They have no pity. They destroy countries. They annihilate people. They ruin culture. I hate them, frankly speaking. And I am the practicing psychologist. That's my civilian métier. Can you tell me this? We are all very well aware that Russians are very brutal and cruel. I live abroad. I don't live in Ukraine. I've lived in Italy for 30 years now. And foreigners do not see it. They do not realize how cruel, how atrocious this war is. Will there be any opportunity for people like you to share this story openly with documents, with pictures. It is extremely difficult to prove it to foreigners, to Europeans, that Russians are good guys and women. Russian people are kind. It's only Putin who is a brute and who is the war criminal. They can't understand that it's the entire nation that behaves like that. When the war is over, we will learn everything about the war crimes. Some of the war crimes have been documented, and there is very powerful and very potent evidence. We can't disclose all of the evidence because the investigation is ongoing. But there is archive from Mariupol that was under siege, where I worked as a paramedic, and I was in charge of triage in Mariupol military hospital number 553. I did that for 3 weeks, and I saw wounded women, children, civilians, or military alike. We do have this archive. I cannot publicize all of the data because some people are still in captivity, some have gone missing, so we cannot broadly publicize it at this stage. But we can give a floor to some of the witnesses if their faces are blurred. And there are a lot of documents, there is a lot of video footage with the testament of the former prisoners of war. And I, of course, also provided my statements, witness statements, and statements of the former prisoner of war. Yeah. I was interviewed in captivity, and you could see that it was all staged. If I can add, you should not wait till the war ends, not for the better or more opportune moment. You've got all of the evidence available right now. The evidence of their war crimes. 20 Days in Mariupol is a movie that was nominated and shortlisted for Oscar. And you could see this footage of Tyra assisting people in non-occupied Mariupol and providing medical care to a Russian soldier, and then providing this care to Ukrainian wounded soldiers upon siege of Mariupol. So speak to other people and try to reach out to people in the countries where you live. Or else you can come to Ukraine and see what's going on right now. So if you are scared, invite a journalist who is brave enough, a war journalist who knows how to work in conflict zones. There are quite many of them, and if you purposefully look for them, you will find them. I don't have to look for them, but in general, by and large, in Europe, people are reluctant to listen to sad news. And when I first declared that Russia is a terrorist state, I felt a lot of hostility on the part of people around me. I was once in Australia, and journalists asked me whether I felt sad because Australian media did not pay as much attention to Ukraine as before because of the war in Israel. And I said, it's up to you, journalists, to decide whether to focus on Ukraine or not. And whatever you convey to the people, or whatever messages you get across to the people would shape their public opinion. And I know that Russians are very proactive and very aggressive in their propaganda in Italy. It's not only Putin's war, and we combat medics know that because we provide medical assistance to Russian prisoners of war. There are lots of them, thousands. Putin does not push the button of the missile flying against us in our sleeping houses. I'm Vitaly Kondratyuk from Brussels, and I used to go to the same school with Yulia Payevskaya. I'm extremely glad to meet her in Davos. I would like to thank all of you. I was also participant of Maidan. I worked as a chaplain at the front line, and you make me proud to be a Ukrainian. You are sometimes stronger and more resilient even than Ukrainian men. Yulia, where did you get this strength, this resilience to go through the hell of captivity? I am a chaplain, I'm priest, and I'm asking you to give me some reason, spiritual reason. For one thing, I am extremely obstinate. I decided that I would not be broken. They could kill me, but they will never make me say what they wanted me to say and what I didn't want to say. Speaking about my physical state, I was at that time preparing for the Invictus Games, so I was in a very good physical shape, and then I was in the besieged Mariupol, and then in captivity. And I'm sure that we have to raise our children so that they are strong enough, and we can serve as role models to them. And even though everything around me told me I would die, but I hoped and against hope, and I prayed to stay alive. Speaking about Invictus Games, a friend of mine returned from Thailand to Mariupol to be with his comrades in them. And
It was.
I didn't have a question, I just also wanted to comment. Хотіла подякувати за шалене натхнення.
I wanted to thank for the inspiration you gave me. I live in Poland now. I'm from Ukraine, but I live in Poland. We are working there, making business there, and we thought that we were absolutely in our right, that we were making our business and paying our taxes, but on behalf of all our female audience here, thank you for your inspiration. I will be also spreading information. Just a small remark. I am a founder and commander of the Anglo-Terror Community Unit, which is evacuating people from the front line, and those were the civilians who came to help medics, and very often there were girls with eyelashes and lips and nails, and I was thinking that okay, they will flee in a couple of days, but you know, in a couple of days they were cutting off their nails, they were not using makeup anymore, and the girls are starting to work, and in spite of the blood, of the fear, of shelling, of all the scares of war, they are very adequate and very helpful. It is not important what your gender is. It is important what you have in your heart and in your head. Love will save the world. Ну,
panel. I heard the remark from the hall that we spoke only about women, but I want to say that the focus of the panel was about the women's role. But the messages we want to deliver, they were both for women and the men. We're grateful for support as from women as from the men. And we're happy to hear that some of you already inspired and got more motivation to act, to do. And all of us, all the panelists are really grateful for this, and we hope for your support. And I want to thank you, the panelists. I want to thank you, all the ladies. You did a great job. You delivered a really important and strong messages, and let's hope for the victory of Ukraine. Thank you.
And glory to Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
Let's support. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to distribute these, small gifts to keep you warm also on the front line. Okay, дякуємо.
Дякую.
Дякуємо вам.